Hey, Stephen, you able to hear me?
Yep, I hear you.
Okay, sweet. We can hear you.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the November 17 regular City Council meeting. It is now 6:00 p.m., so we'll get started. Ms. Vicky, do we have a quorum?
Yes, Mayor, we sure do.
Okay, what's our first item on the agenda, please?
Item number 2, invocation given by Mayor Greenberg, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the American and to Texas flags.
If you'll rise as we pray. God, we come to you tonight and ask you to be over our council, be over our city and our county and our state. God, what an awesome opportunity we have for representative government like this, to do your will while we're here on earth in the capacity in which you've entrusted us. Help us be good stewards of that. Lord, give us the heart of compassion, kindness, humility, as it says in Colossians 3, bearing with one another and forgiving one another. where we've wronged or if we have a complaint against someone, being able to speak with them and keep that spirit of Christ and the forgiveness that you gave us. Let us remember that as we discuss any agenda item tonight, that we would remember who it is ultimately we serve. Thank you for the opportunity to serve with these minds and the people that are here tonight to observe it. In Christ's name we pray, amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. God bless Texas. Okay, our next agenda item, please.
Okay, item 3A, Small Business Saturday Proclamation.
Okay, whereas the small locally owned businesses of Fate are vital to our city's economic health, and whereas studies have consistently shown that supporting the growth of existing small businesses produce the majority of economic growth in a community, and that entrepreneurs and small businesses stimulate job creation, develop crucial innovation, and promote the diversification of local economies. And whereas the City of Fate supports our local businesses that create jobs, boost our local economy, and preserve our community. And whereas the people of Fate are grateful to the small businesses of Fate for their generous contributions to the quality of life we all enjoy, now therefore I, Andrew Greenberg, Mayor of the City of Fate, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim November 29th, 2025 as Small Business Saturday in the City of Fate, Texas, and encourage citizens of Fate to make a special effort to support our small businesses on Small Business Saturday and to shop small and shop local all year long.
Mayor and Council, Yvonne has some shopping bags for you. We expect you to spend all of your money on Small Business Saturday.
And we'll have you all take a photo as well. So,
With our bags?
yes, please. Are you coming up? Perfect. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Awesome, thank you. Oh, rushing? Oh.
Okay, next agenda item, please.
Next is 3B, presentation of the Texas State Comptroller's Debt Obligation Transparency Star Award and the Texas State Comptroller's Traditional Finances Transparency Star Award, which will be presented to finance staff.
Yeah, so this is a special one because it's 2 awards, the Traditional Finances Star and the Debt Obligation Star. And here's what this is for. It's for exemplary efforts in creating financial transparency around public spending in this area. The Transparency Stars program recognizes local governments across Texas that are striving to meet a high standard for financial transparency online. These efforts provide citizens with clear, consistent information about public spending in user-friendly formats. And I did a little research on this one too, and one of the components of this award is going above and beyond the requirements. So it should be noted too that to receive this, one would need to go above and beyond what's legally required and even seen as best practices. So Raju, congratulations to you and your team on that, and we honor you tonight with this award.
1, 2, 3. Got it.
Okay, next agenda item, please.
Next will be 3C, which is National Community Survey results.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Shelby Stouffer. I'm the Public Engagement Coordinator. Online with us is Jason Neurmeyer from NCS in Polko. So I'm going to give just a very brief overview of the survey, how long we've been doing it, and some of our key findings, and then he's really going to dive in and kind of go into more of the statistical analysis and some of our national and regional rankings from our survey. So we began this Polko NCS survey in 2019, just prior to COVID years, and we have performed 7 of these totals so far. In this year's survey, we had 4 key findings, and that was that, number 1, residents, especially those in the younger age demographics in our community, continue to rank Fate as a place that they recommend to live or to move to, with a very high ranking. The livability and our code enforcement and some of our city policies have increased over the last year from last year's rankings. Residents continue to feel safe and secure in their community. And we saw an overall increase in rankings, including community of life and engagement opportunities for citizens. Just to note, for the responses collected, we had 264 responses and 99 separate open responses. So of the 264, those are statistically weighted responses. The 99 are those that we post through our website and social media, and that's kind of our open survey. So at this time, I'm actually going to turn it over to Jason. He's going to go through these key findings a little bit more in depth. And then once his presentation's over, we'll both be happy to answer any questions.
Well, perfect. Thanks so much for that introduction. Jason Neumeier coming to you here from Green Bay, Wisconsin. I'm very happy to be here tonight to present a summary of these findings from this most recent NCS effort here in Fate. Before I begin, on behalf of myself, my Polko coworkers, I would like to extend a thank you to Shelby as well as Omar Williams, who are our primary contacts throughout the survey development and implementation process. They provided a lot of feedback during implementation, development, as well as the report of results that's been shared and the presentation we'll work through here tonight. I would also like to acknowledge my colleague, Lily Vasquez, who was Fate's NCS project manager for this year's effort and did a bulk of this important work. So a little bit about who we are first. So Polko is an online community engagement polling platform, and we work with local governments to help them gather resident and employee feedback. Today, Polko works with hundreds of organizations nationwide for strategic planning, for budgeting, and for empowering resident voices. Polko merged with the National Research Center back in 2019. NRC is best known for these national benchmarking surveys like the National Community Survey, the National Employee Survey, the Community Assessment Survey for older adults, among a few others. NRC has been around since 1994, and we've worked with hundreds of jurisdictions nationwide to build the largest national database of local public opinion in the United States. You can also see here on the slide that we partner closely with ICMA and the National League of Cities. We also work with dozens of other local government leaders like the Alliance for Innovation and many academic partners, including the American Association for Public Opinion Research, the University of Wisconsin-Madison here in Wisconsin, as well as the Hoover Institute at Stanford University. Now, before we turn to these results, I do want to emphasize that there are a variety of ways that these results can be used, and you've probably been using them this way over the past few years. Most commonly, the jurisdictions we work with will use their survey data to monitor trends in resident opinion over time and to help inform budgeting processes and strategic planning. The results here also will allow you to benchmark your community's specific characteristics and services against communities in our benchmark database. The hope ultimately here tonight is that as these findings are presented, it's going to spur some ideas on where you might want to dig a little bit deeper into these opinions of your residents. So the NCS is a standardized 5-page comprehensive survey. and it allows municipalities to assess resident opinion in their community and in their local government. The NCS focuses generally on the livability of FATE by categorizing survey questions into these 10 facets of community livability that you can see on the slide here. These facets have been identified through extensive survey research as those that are most impactful to the overall quality of life of residents. The NCS also includes items within each of these 10 facets to provide a full picture of how residents feel about their community. And then finally, and I think maybe most importantly, these facets also tend to align with municipal departments, making it easy for city staff to quickly find the information that is most important to them in the final report of results. So all households within FATE were eligible to participate in this most recent survey effort. A list of all households within the zip code serving FATE was purchased based on the most up-to-date listings from the United States Postal Service. And then using the GIS boundary files that you all provided, addresses located outside of FATE's boundaries were removed from the list of potential households to survey. So ultimately, from that larger list, 3,000 addresses were randomly selected to receive the survey, and we know their geolocation, we know their residence. The 3,000 randomly selected households received mailings beginning on August 26th, and the survey remained open for 6 weeks. The first mailing was a postcard inviting the household to participate in the survey online. The next mailing contained a cover letter with instructions, the 5-page survey questionnaire, and a postage-paid return envelope. Both the postcard and the cover letter did include web links and QR codes to give residents the opportunity to respond online if they so choose. A total of 264 completed surveys were received from those efforts, providing a response rate of 9% and a margin of error of plus or minus 6%. We then compared the demographic profile of survey respondents to that of all adults living in FATE using the most recent Census and American Community Survey data, and we weighted those final survey results. As was emphasized earlier or talked about earlier, in addition to that probability sample, that mail-based sample, a link to an online community-wide open participation survey was also publicized by FATE. The open participation survey was open to all residents and became available on September 23rd. That survey remained open for 2 weeks and 99 responses were received. Now, the presentation that we're working through here tonight and the report that's been shared are based on the 264 responses to that random sample mail-based survey, but the responses to the open participation survey are provided separately in the full report of results. Now, one of the major advantages to a local government in participating in the National Community Survey is the opportunity to compare ratings given by your residents to those from communities across the nation. As I said before, NRC was the first organization to conceive of this idea to create benchmarks for local public opinion. This allows jurisdictions to compare ratings of services to ratings of similar services from other communities. And as you can see here, there are currently about 400 communities in our national database. All right, so next we'll turn to a high-level look at survey results before we hit on some of those key findings. So in the survey itself, we have 2 questions that ask directly about the 10 facets of community livability we identified a few slides ago. The first asks residents to rate the quality of each of those 10 facets, and you can see the resulting comparison here to the national benchmark in the shading on the chart. The second question asks about those same 10 facets of community livability, but this time it's centered on how important residents think it is for the community to focus on each facet in the coming 2 years. So ultimately, we ask about current quality and future importance of each of these 10 facets, and we use those answers to create the quality importance gap chart shown here. We use this chart, which is also included in your report, to help determine which areas are of relatively higher importance and lower quality to residents, those with the largest gaps on the screen. This chart is one of many ways to interpret your data. We use it to help identify key findings, but it can also be useful to help a community determine which areas may need additional focus or additional resource allocation in the coming years, and which others are performing well by comparison. Now, when looking at those national benchmarks, we have 120 survey items for which residents provided evaluative ratings. 13 of those items received ratings here in Fate that were higher than the national benchmark, 74 were similar, and 33 received lower ratings. Ratings are considered similar to that rolling national average if they are within 10 points of that rolling average, and higher or lower if they're more than 10 points different from that average. Now, it's one thing to look at this national comparison, but because we have trend data here, we can also compare these results to the most recent effort to collect data in 2024. So here in 2025, 27 items received ratings that were statistically significantly higher than the 2024 survey effort, 89 received similar ratings, and 4 received lower ratings. Changes are considered statistically significant if the difference between the 2024 and 2025 survey is greater than 8 percentage points. What we thought would be helpful here would be to have a couple of slides to take a look at those trends that did show upward movement since 2024. So we've labeled them all here for you, with the largest improvement shown first, moving off to the right. So we have opportunities to participate in community matters, seeing at least a 20-point increase. You can see bus or transit services a little further down the list at plus 13. Your neighborhood as a place to live saw a 10-point increase over the last year. And the remaining upward trends are shown here. Fate as a place to raise children saw a 10-point increase. So community support for the arts, similar 10-point increase, all the way down to our last item here, ease of travel by bicycle, which saw a statistically significant increase. So we're going to be highlighting some of these upward trends as we work through our key findings, along with those 4 items that did show a decline as we move forward. We're also going to show the comparisons of Fate's ratings to other communities from around the U.S. as we move ahead. Speaking of those key findings, I'd like to move into some of the highlights that stood out to our data science and survey research team as we dove into the data here. As you know, there's a lot of additional data shown in the full report that we're not going to cover here tonight. Things like geographic comparisons, demographic comparisons. But the rest of the presentation here is going to focus on a few key areas that we found to be most noteworthy within Fate's survey results. So our first key takeaway, which was prefaced before, a majority of Fate residents enjoy a high quality of life. About 8 in 10 residents rated Fate as a place to live and the overall quality of life in the city as excellent or good. You can see in addition here, 8 in 10 residents plan to remain in the city for the next 5 years and would recommend living in Fate to someone who asked. Each of the items you see on the screen were similar to national benchmarks, and most of them remain stable from 2024. But 2 items did see a statistically significant upward trend. That would be Fate as a place to live and the overall image or reputation of the city. Key finding number 2, safety in Fate received strong positive ratings from residents. Nearly all residents expressed feeling safe in their neighborhood during the day. 98% gave a very or somewhat safe rating to that item. Similar proportion also indicated that they felt safe in the downtown and commercial area. Roughly 9 in 10 residents demonstrated feeling safe from violent crime in Fate, a rating that was higher than our national averages. Similarly, about 9 in 10 felt safe from property crime, also above our national comparison group. And approximately 9 in 10 expressed safety from fire, flood, or other natural disaster. Although this item did come in line, or did score in line, I should say, with the national benchmark, it did receive a statistically significant upward rating from 2024. Now, in addition to these feelings of safety, the NCS also has a battery of questions that ask about safety services. So more than 9 in 10 residents expressed satisfaction, as you can see here, with fire services. That's giving that rating an excellent or good score. And crime prevention. The latter here did score higher than our national comparisons. Around 9 in 10 also positively rated police services and ambulance or emergency medical services, while more than 8 in 10 favorably viewed animal control, which also scored higher than our national benchmarks. Our third key takeaway here, residents did identify some concerns with the local economy. Nearly 2/3 of residents gave excellent or good marks to the overall quality of business and service establishments in the city. You can see here around half of residents favorably viewed Fate as a place to visit and the vibrancy of the downtown or commercial area. while around 4 in 10 residents positively rated Fate as a place to work, and 1/3 of residents showed approval of the variety of business and service establishments in the city. That last result did decrease from 2024 and fell below the national averages. And then finally, around 2 in 10 residents expressed satisfaction with employment opportunities and shopping opportunities. Our employment opportunities did show an increase from 2024, but did still score lower than the rolling national average for that item. Our fourth key takeaway here, inclusivity and engagement items received positive ratings from the community. So more than 9 in 10 residents expressed satisfaction with Fate as a place to raise children, performing above national standards and showing an increase from 2024. About 7 in 10 residents positively rated the city valuing and respecting residents from diverse backgrounds and attracting people from diverse backgrounds. Nearly 7 in 10 residents also demonstrated approval for making all residents feel welcome in the community, while about 2/3 of residents expressed satisfaction with the city taking care of vulnerable residents. That result increased from 2024. And then finally, you can see here Fate as a place to retire received excellent or good marks from 67% of respondents, while 65% favorably viewed the overall sense of the community. Our fifth key takeaway, community design earns resident appreciation. More than 8 in 10 residents expressed satisfaction in their neighborhood as a place to live. That showed an increase from 2024. Around 3/4 of residents here positively rated the overall appearance of Fate, while around 6 in 10 favorably viewed the variety of housing options in the community. That item scored higher than our national benchmark. Around half of respondents, 51%, demonstrated approval for the availability of affordable quality housing, while 48% expressed satisfaction with code enforcement. You can see the availability of affordable quality housing did show an upward trend from 2024. And then 6th and finally, residents see potential improvements for mobility throughout the city. So around 4 in 10 residents provided excellent or good marks to their satisfaction with the ease of travel by car in Fate. This result did show a decline from 2024. Around 4 in 10 community members rated the ease of walking and the ease of public parking positively, while nearly 1/3 of residents favorably viewed the ease of travel by bicycle, a result that did show an increase from 2024. Now, similar to our safety services, we also have mobility service ratings here on the NCS. Around 7 in 10 residents expressed satisfaction with street cleaning in Fate. Nearly 6 in 10 positively rated traffic enforcement, and around half demonstrated approval of street lighting, sidewalk maintenance, and overall street repair. Now, in addition to these standard questions that are included on every national community survey around the US, we also added a few additional custom questions that are unique here to Fate that we wanted to run through before wrapping up. So residents were asked a 2-part question. First, they indicated how often they visited the city website. About 6 in 10 residents indicated that they visited the city website once a month or less, while around 1 in 5 reported visiting the city website 2 to 4 times a month. 17% said they didn't visit the website at all. Of those who did visit the website, around 8 in 10 residents positively rated the overall appearance. 74% said there was useful information on the website, and roughly 7 in 10 residents indicated excellent or good ratings to the overall online services that were offered, the accuracy of the information, and the ease of conducting business with city departments. Now, similarly, we asked questions about the overall aspects of the city newsletter. So about 8 in 10 residents gave excellent or good marks to the usefulness, again, of the information found in the city newsletter, the overall appearance, also 8 in 10, and the design and readability of the newsletter. You can see here that roughly 7 in 10 positively rated the frequency of the publication. And then finally, residents were asked to indicate how much of a source, if at all, they consider each of the following to be for obtaining information about city government, its activities, its events, and services. Nearly 7 in 10 indicated that the city website was a major source of information for obtaining information, I should say, about activities, events, and services. About 6 in 10 residents considered Facebook to be a source of information. And you can see these items as they work their way down. We finally see the flip here on Instagram, television news, and X receiving a majority, not a source for their household. So here's a summary of our key takeaways, of our highlights, our key findings. First and foremost, a majority of Fate residents enjoy a high quality of life. Safety continues to receive strong positive ratings from residents. Residents do identify some concerns with Fate's local economy. Those inclusivity and engagement items received positive ratings. Community designs received resident appreciation. And then finally, residents see potential for mobility improvements throughout the city. So with that, I will catch my breath here, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have on the process by which we gathered the data, on the report that's been shared, or on this recent presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay. Any questions or comments, feedback?
Questions or comments from council? Mr. Harper?
I looked through here. How many respondents total did we have? Did anyone ever mention that?
354.
Go ahead, Shelby, sorry.
354 people? Okay.
Yeah, it was the 264 for the statistical,
Okay,
and then the 99 open.
okay.
Mr. Kelly?
What was our response rate in line with last year? Was it above? Was it below? Has our response rate been steady? It's just making sure we're getting a response level that's providing statistically consistently accurate results.
Yes, I can take that one, Shelby. So our response rate here is rather in line with what we're seeing across Texas. Between 8 to 12% is pretty standard. We did see a slight dip in the total number of responses this time. We have a couple of ideas as to maybe why. This was our first time actually offering this survey in the summer months as opposed to in February, March, or April, so we might want to get back on that cadence. We also have the opportunity to potentially expand our outreach a little bit to make sure we reach that same number. But generally speaking, this was within 1 to 2% of our response rate going back to 2019, so pretty much in line.
Great, thank you. And I guess for Shelby or Michael, a lot of data here, a lot of information. Give us some examples of what we've done over the last couple of years with this information in order to make changes in the way we do business and try to engage with our residents.
Yes, yeah, I know we looked at some of our scores in utility billing, and we've made a pretty big effort in utility billing. Stevens led that effort with a small team, and Raju's been a big part of that. So we've everything from the new billing software to things like putting the account in the name of the owner, all sorts of different improvements, customer service improvements, texting, being able to text the city, the new website. We had some different information about how citizens want to get information. So Shelby's done a great job this year with things like the newsletter and the frequency and the type of social media. And so lots of different kind of customer focus, resident focus, making it easy to deal with the city. Safety, of course, the safety statistics are good, as we love those. So that's pretty well, we wanted to, as far as the budget process, keep that cadence of increasing staffing and resources to those departments heavy. So we've continued to do that to maintain those ratings. We've also looked at things like community design and some of the different inputs. Some of the things, we've also tweaked the timing of the survey. He mentioned the timing of the survey, so trying to kind of get a little bit different feel of when we use that and how we use the survey results and when those come in, and trying to kind of get it more of a more relaxed public, even though we maybe got a little bit less people. Mm-hmm. So I think we look at this in depth. Every department looks at their scores. And then there's been kind of some interesting insights into how those, if you go through you'll see all sorts of interesting data points that the one most interesting one I found is if you look at resident satisfaction by age, it's the folks that are the young folks here, there's not a whole lot of them, but the young folks really, really like the city. And then kind of as you get older, it gets a little bit less. But yeah, we use, every department uses these to look at their scores and see how they can improve different operations and what the data may or may not be saying, and what maybe code in some of those questions and how they can improve their operations.
Other comments? Ms. Huffman?
So there's a lot of data, and I didn't have a chance to look through the whole report, but is there an opportunity for residents to add comments, like what would make something better, or is it just yes or no kind of responses or ranking?
Jason, you want to answer that one?
I certainly can. So the National Community Survey is very standardized. That's what allows us to compare you to the nation and to the other groups that have asked these types of questions. I should say, with POLCO, have the opportunity to follow up with online pulse or quick surveys to dig deeper and to ask those types of open-ended questions. So maybe we have an understanding about a need for X and we want to get more detail on that. We can help you follow up with residents and get more granular or qualitative data if it's needed. But to keep those comparisons, it's very much standardized into a standard scale and standard question stem and item list.
Thank you.
Mr. Hatley?
This may have already been answered, but what kind of time frame from the time the cards are sent out to the time the cutoff is? Is there a particular time frame?
Yes, data collection is open for 6 weeks.
6 weeks. Thank you.
Ms. Chen?
What were the economic numbers that y'all went over? Did you say that they went up or they trended down from 2024 to 2025?
Let me take a peek. We kind of had a mixed bag on that one, so I'll pull up the report here. Overall economic health did see an upward trend from 61% in 24 to 72%. Our variety of business and service establishments did move downward, while employment opportunities saw an upward trend, and there's kind of a mixed bag there of similar, lower, or higher than the national benchmark. So a few up and one down.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
As far as benchmarks against other communities, I think that was number 4 on the first, or one of the first slides you had. Do we see, I'm guessing as far as other communities go, we're compared to communities that are like ours, yes, or is this anybody and everybody you guys survey we're compared to?
So your report includes national benchmarks. So this is compared to the entire nation, anyone who has completed a national community survey or a similar survey within the last 3 to 5 years. We do offer, and this is something we could do in the future, Shelby and others who manage, we do offer custom benchmark comparisons where you could be compared, for example, to communities of a similar population size, or maybe other communities in Texas, or however we want to slice and dice it. We didn't do that this time. It wasn't something we had as an add-on, but it's certainly something we could do moving forward.
Okay, very good. Yeah, I'd love to see how we compare to others that look like us or have our feel, to give us an opportunity to see where some of these benchmarks are similar to those communities, to see targeted what they do different. Like I'm looking at governance, for example, and I see that we're similar on every single one of those benchmarks, which I guess is fine that we're not lower than the national average. But as I look at those, I'd say, okay, well, how does one move some of those into the higher or even significantly higher categories? But that answers my question. Thank you, Jason, and thank you, Shelby. Any other questions or comments from council?
Just a quick point that the POLCO group of cities are some of the best cities in the country. So when you're comparing yourself against these scores, you're comparing against people who really care and want to see their scores from their citizens. And there's some excellent cities on the list. And I think there's a list of cities in the report somewhere. There may be a list of cities.
I believe it's in one of the attachments.
In one of the appendixes or attachments, you can see the actual cities that are surveyed.
Okay, very good.
All right.
Any others? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
And thank you, Shelby.
Yes, of course.
All right, Ms. Vicky, next item, please.
Next will be item number 4, public comment, and I've received no requests to address the council, so we will move to agenda item 5, which is consent agenda.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I make a motion we approve the consent agenda.
Do I have a second? Motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. The motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Next agenda item, please.
Next, we will move to Agenda Item 6A, which is discuss, consider, and take any necessary action regarding Planning and Zoning Commission vacancy. So the first step of the process will be to accept nominations, and then next to go into executive session to discuss P&Z appointment, reconvene, and vote on those nominations in alphabetical order. So just for the folks at home and those that are here, we received 8 applications from citizens interested in serving on the Planning and Zoning Commission. All of the applicants completed the pre-recorded interview except for one, and all of that information was provided to the council in the packet and for the public to see as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll open up nominations. Council, do you have, I guess we'll start, Ms. Chin. Would you like to nominate anybody?
Yes, I would like to nominate Karen Kaiser.
Mr. Harper?
I nominate David Overstreet.
Mr. Kelly?
I have no nominations.
Mr. Manival? Would you want me to come back to you?
Yeah, I'd like to nominate Tammy Allen.
Mr. Hatley?
I'd like to nominate, Mary Encina.
And Ms. Huffman?
No additional nominations.
Okay, any other, do you have your microphone on? Are you, any other, not you, Mr. Manival, Mr. Hatley, just making sure. Any other nominations from the floor? Okay, the nomination window is closed. Next item, please.
So if you would like to, we will recess into executive session closed meeting to discuss those P&Z appointments under section 551.074.
Okay, without objection from the council? All right, we will move into executive session. Thank you. To discuss the nominations, would those Okay, we will reconvene in regular session at 6:51 PM. Ms. Vicky, what's our next agenda item, please?
Okay, so you guys will vote on the nominations in alphabetical order. So the order will be Tammy Allen, Mary Encina, Karen Kaiser, and David Overstreet. Remember, we are only filling one vacancy, so each of you get one vote only. So if we would like to start voting, the first will be Tammy Allen. This will be a hand vote. Anyone in favor of Tammy Allen, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Mary Encina? 0. Karen Kaiser? 1, 2, 3. And David Overstreet? 1. Okay, we'll move to a second round of voting between Tammy Allen and Karen Kaiser to try to get a majority vote. So first will be Tammy Allen. All in favor, raise your hand. 3. And Karen Kaiser. 4. So Karen Kaiser secures the nomination. So the next step would be a motion to approve the resolution appointing Karen Kaiser to the P&Z Commission.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we nominate Karen Kaiser, or put Karen Kaiser on the P&Z.
Good.
I'll
That's really
second.
good, Mark. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please vote. The motion passes 6-1 with Councilman Hatley voting no. All right, thank you, and congratulations, Ms. Kaiser.
Ms. Kaiser, we have a meeting this Thursday. If you would be available, we will send you a link for the agenda.
Okay, next item, please.
Next will be agenda item 6B, which is discuss, consider, and take any necessary action regarding resolution number R 2025-093, casting votes for candidates to serve as members of the Central Appraisal District Board of Directors.
Okay, Mr. Kovacs.
Sir, Vicki helped me with this one. So this is something that we do just about every year. And we've got some vacancies on the board. We've got a letter here from the chief appraiser. And as you can see, we've got different jurisdictions depending on the tax levy that the RCAD, the Rockwall County Appraisal District, receives, determines the amount of votes that each entity gets. So the city of Fayette, because we don't collect a lot of taxes, we get 50 votes out of the total, and there's just over 1,000, almost 2,000 votes. We have the choice of 4 individuals to vote for. So the first one on the ballot is David Billings, former mayor for the city. Then we have Anthony Crawford, Richard Kepke, and Cedric Thomas. So we will have a resolution here. If you'd like to make a nomination, or not a nomination, if you'd like to cast your votes, this would be a resolution to cast your votes. We'd recommend that you not split the votes because we've got so few. we need to consolidate our votes if we could, but if you'd like to pick someone, and we can fill in the name in the resolution. Once we adopt it, we'll send it to the RCAD, and we'll see how the rest of the entities voted and go from there.
When is the voting over on this? Is it sometime in December?
Vicki, do you remember?
December 15th is when we have to notify RCAD of where we're casting our votes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, Mr. Kelly?
So 2 things. First off, and this is more of a note for us to add to our next legislative agenda, as there's been a lot of complaints about the RCAD in general and the way they do things. And when we look at the way they distribute our votes, I think to me, it becomes evident that those that have the highest number of votes you can make an argument that those that have the highest number of votes are incented to put people on that will support all the complaints about RCAD, that they do appraisals that are not indicative of true market rates and stuff. So I would encourage us on our next legislative agenda to have, for topics of conversations with our elected officials, to revisit that and to consider having our proportion of votes be determined by number of voters within our community as opposed to the amount of taxes we pay. to take the financial incentive out of stacking a board out of play. The second thing I would say is I was the one that nominated David Billings last time, and I nominated him because he has been a frequent critic of the ARCAD, and I think we need somebody on the board that will hold the board accountable. I know everybody's got opinions on David, but the fact of the matter is at the county level, our city is drastically underrepresented in every level of cross-city representation, whether it be JP, Constable, we are represented on the Commissioner's Court, but on both school districts that we're in, we've got no citizens, I believe, on the school board at this time, on either school board. So overall, we are vastly underrepresented, especially considering we're the second largest community in the county. So I nominated David because he's been a frequent critic of the ARCAD, and I think I would hope he would come in and try and make some positive changes, but also I believe we just need someone from our community, people in our community to be more represented at the county level.
Okay, other thoughts from council? So did you make an official?
I'll make a motion that we put 100% of our votes to David Billings.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, please vote. The motion passes 5-2 with Councilman Hatley and Councilman Manival voting no. All right, thank you. Okay, next item, please.
Next will be Agenda Item 6C, which is discuss, consider, and take any necessary action regarding the extension of the contract with Waste Connection for the collection, hauling, and disposal of recycling municipal solid waste.
All right, Scott is going to help us tonight with this item.
Mayor, Council, Scott Monahan, Public Works Director.
Welcome, thank you for coming.
Also have Abel Moreno here. He's the North Texas Municipal Manager for Waste Connections to assist answer any questions that we can. But I'd like to go through and give you a little bit of background information that you may not be aware of, maybe you are, and then opportunity to ask any questions of us that you have. So one of the things we want to do tonight is kind of discuss, consider, take necessary action regarding the contract extension with Waste Connections. This contract started in 2020, so January of 2020. So we are just now about to enter into our 7th year of the contract. You may ask why so early. It took us almost 10 months to negotiate a request for proposal for a waste connection or a waste contract. It's a very detailed contract, very lengthy, lots of proposals, lots of reviews. But then one of the big things is if we would make a decision to change companies, it takes them time to prepare for that change. You're talking about millions of dollars worth of equipment that they would have to invest in. And when it comes to large equipment, I can tell you, just like a fire truck or a public works Vector truck, they're not just sitting on a lot waiting to be put in service. So one of the things that's important to understand in this. One of the things that they also support, Waste Connections, is our annual cleanup event that we have every year. Just last year, we had 12 40-yard containers of waste that was picked up by, delivered by citizens, and that's just a courtesy service that they offer to the district. So, and been doing that for years for us. So a little bit of background information. Very interesting. In 2019, when we started to get ready to negotiate this new contract, our rate for a residential customer was $19.16 an hour. We actually reduced the cost to $16.36. So it was a savings to every customer in the city, which is kind of unheard of at that time. So it took us several years to even get back to the rate that we were at. So basically in 2023, we got back to the rate that we were at. We branched into, I think, $19.58. So it's been slow inclines, cost index, performance, a little bit of increase during COVID. Of course, everybody's fuel costs went up and so did theirs. But today we're at $21.81 per residential customer, and that's for 96 trash and recycle containers, 96 gallons, so, large containers. We did some comparison, looked at a lot of neighboring cities around our area, and just to kind of give you some idea, looking at like the city of Rockwall, for instance, their same basic service that we have is $28.16, so substantially higher. Got a list of other cities. Be glad to go over any of that information, but just to give you in reference to a neighboring city, that's the cost that they're at today. Quite a few of the cities that we also looked at that had slightly higher comparisons, they only offer recycle twice a month. So again, not always apples to apples in some of the contracts. Did have a couple, just to be fair. Cedar Hill, slightly lower, about 50 cents lower. Ovilla was probably one of our lowest ones, and they were at $21.25 compared to our $21.81. So relatively comparable. But again, we've been with Waste Connections for quite some time. Really think they are providing us an excellent service. Looked at some comparisons, and then looked at the overall number of complaints coming into the city on an average. So we average, I talked to utility billing department. Of course, sometimes those calls come into Public Works. We average between 5 and 10 customer service calls each week. Anything from trash isn't picked up to things have been missed or blowing trash around the city. A lot of that is sometimes self-inflicted, sometimes they contaminate the recycle. So there's some give and take on it. But when you consider we have 39,000 pickups a month and you're getting 5 to 10 calls per week, I don't know if I have another contract that provides that kind of service. So that's a pretty high level of performance. I know we've had a few issues in the past, but they've been really good to work with the city, address those issues. And a lot of the calls and concerns that we receive sometimes are things that are outside the contract obligations. So, but that's kind of where we're at this evening. Just want to jump ahead, initiate a contract extension, looking at a 3-year extension to extend that contract. So that would put us into, basically 2030 under this current contract. And again, the CPI increases have been relatively cost-effective for the city for overall services. Again, I have Abel here to assist and would be glad to answer any questions that we can for the council.
Mr. Harper.
So I know recently that we had a change from where our service was being provided. I guess it went from somewhere, we were in Greenville before, and then we went to somewhere?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. So I will tell you that I noticed an increased amount of complaints once that happened. I don't know what happened, but it seemed like entire streets in my neighborhood, and I saw even other neighborhoods were getting missed. I also started to receive complaints from some businesses here in the city that their trash is not being taken care of as well. So I don't know why we made the change. I'm not sure what caused it to happen, but I would like to see if we can figure out the differences in what they were doing before and what's happening now, because apparently it's not exactly the same.
And again, that was a change directed by Waste Connections. They moved service to the Dallas office from Greenville. Abel may have additional information in reference to it. And we did have quite a bit of change in that process. We did have some bumps and bruises because the Dallas office is a larger group. Abel's position is kind of new to Waste Connections. And so I can tell you just personally, he's offered a whole nother level of service. And I think some of those calls were a couple of years ago, within the last year, but I'll let him speak to that. He can speak to more detail.
And I would say the calls have actually been in the last few months. So it's, for me, the calls and the complaints that I've seen have picked up over the last few months. I mean, I know there was even some videos going around of the trash trucks throwing the trash cans around, things like that. So again, I think that's something we're going to deal with any company that we get. But it sounds like, Abel, you're new to the customer service role, and this is something that you're going to be doing for us as a city. Is that correct?
Yes. My name is Abel Moreno. North Texas Municipal Manager for Waste Connections. You're absolutely correct, Councilman Harper. I was brought to this role a few months ago, and really I come from Haltom City, the Fort Worth area. I was a district manager before that. I was a district manager for 12 years, and then for a year prior to that, I was a supervisor. So I started in operations. So operations is my bread and butter. I'm aware of a little bit of the history with the Greenville and the change. A big part of that was consolidating an office and then moving the operation and the call center to Dallas. But this is the first time I'm hearing about those issues here in the recent months. But I can assure you I can dig into that and get that rectified.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I think we just need to have more open conversation with the city of Fate and you guys if we extend this contract. Obviously, we're going to want more, but yeah, so did we keep the same drivers or did we get all new drivers?
No, the drivers remained the same. It was mainly the call center that changed. And I'd like to say, you know, you have options. There's companies out there, there are businesses, not just in trash, that would love to do business in Fate. The level of leadership here, the expectations for the quality of the services is unmatched. So why change? Why not keep what you have? You have good service. Obviously, there's some hiccups. There's some things that I will tackle head on, and I look really forward to doing that and helping the city move forward.
Okay. And the one last thing I would say to you, Scott, is just communications to the citizens about what, because I know a lot of people they stack their trash cans completely full to the top, right? And then it doesn't get picked up. Well, they automatically assume that it was a problem with the trash. So I think we as a city need to do a better job of maybe communicating that out. I don't know if that's something that Waste Management can help us with. Sure,
I can speak to that. So we've been working closely with utility billing. Most of those customer, service calls come directly into them. Aaron in our utility department's been working directly with Shelby to get posts out, list, basically details about what's actually picked up, what's not. One of the things that we experience when it comes to the recycling is I've received calls that, hey, they're dumping the recycle with the trash, but that is their protocol if it's contaminated. So, and again, it is a lot of communication and a lot of information we need to continue to put out. We put it out, but I think it needs to be emphasized more on a quarterly basis. And that is a new process that we are meeting with Waste Connections every quarter to go over their service, what they're providing. And I'm working directly with utility billing now to kind of improve that communication. But that's what happens is it gets contaminated. And one of the things that I always have to kind of remind myself too is back when they initiated this contract, it was way before COVID. And one of the things with it is, I know at my house alone, the number of boxes that I receive, coming from Amazon, Walmart.com, whatever it is, the volume of the recycle has greatly increased from that time. And he could probably speak more to it. But so one of the things that we struggle with is actually that being bagged up and put in the containers and the lids being closed. And so, but I can tell you, they've initiated where if it's within reason, they're going to pick it up. And that was one of the things that we discussed just a couple of months ago. If it's within reason, the lid's not 100% closed, are they going to pick it up? Yes, they are. And again, some of the brush and different things that are disposed of without calling the service for bulk pickup, like a mattress, sometimes they're picked up if it's within reason or the bulk truck can pick it up. Other times they request that it's called for pickup, and the same with brush and things like that. But definitely we're going to increase our communication out with customers.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Ms. Chen.
So I had an opportunity to sit down with Abel at the TML conference, and one of the things that stuck out to me is his dedication to wanting to get it right. I have personally had lots of complaints about my recycle not getting picked up or us getting skipped, and even the church that I attend that's here in Fate has had issues with that as well. So he was great about, figuring out how we can communicate better, get on the right track. There was maybe a week or two ago, I got missed. I called Able. They came right back out and got it taken care of. So I think, to Mark's point, the communication between the citizens and the city and what the expectation is going to be really important. I am an overfiller of the recycle bin, so that was something I did not know, that if you overfill, they will not dump it. So getting that message out to the people is going to be important. But I have a lot more confidence now after meeting with Abel that this new change where he is the line of communication that we're going through, we're going to get it right. So I personally would like to at least give you a chance to prove that, we're moving in the right direction, so.
Excellent. Yeah, no, that's nice to hear. Like I said, trying to communicate and keep things clear. One of the things we even discovered, one of our first meetings with Abel, was there was another direct communication line for reporting customer services. And it was just one of those things we picked up in that quarterly meeting where we were basically calling a number and then it was getting redirected, and now we have a direct line. So we've seen huge improvement from that in itself. So that's why we want to keep that quarterly communication up, and just the smallest little thing can make a difference. So.
Mr. Hatley.
I was going to bring out, like Mr. Harper on our block, I had the same complaints about trash not being picked up and entire sides of the street not being picked up. And the claim was that trucks were blocking the streets. Well, I was actually walking those streets all those mornings and watched, there were no trucks blocking the streets. I don't know if it was drivers trying to make up time, trying to shorten their day. I don't know what that was, but I know I conveyed that to Michael. And also, when trash isn't picked up, is there any way that, because I believe if it is too close to a mailbox, it's too close to a vehicle where they can't get in, to make sure that we put stickers on those so that people know why their trash was not picked up?
And that's one of the things that we had discussed is going back to that. That was a process that was utilized, and then I think Waste Connections kind of got away from that a little bit, but, a customer actually knowing why. Because
I've been sent pictures, I've been sent pictures where people go, well, my trash can wasn't picked up. They took a picture of it. I said, well, it's too close to your mailbox, or it's too close to a vehicle. They can't actually get in there. So in those cases, those were actually the homeowner's fault. But is there a way, because obviously people, every citizen doesn't have Abel's phone number like Councilwoman Chin does. Sure. So to pick up the phone and to get their trash picked up. What would be a good way for them to communicate that?
Absolutely. I actually had conversations at TML with council and city staff, and we've talked about doing videos, training videos to show the residents proper ways, proper cart placement, their bulk, exactly what the rules are with the bulk. So this is what we're looking into. We will pick up the cost of those videos moving forward, and we just, over communication is really what we're looking to do in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Huffman.
Well, let me say, I've had great service at my house. I appreciate it, very reliable. And maybe this is more intrusive than I should be about your process, but let's say 2 weeks in a row, it wasn't picked up, so I have a complaint. What's your procedure internally when there's something you need to follow up on like that?
So even one miss gets up the chain to the supervisor, so he knows, so he understands where the route and what the root cause comes from, so we can identify with the driver and really understand from the driver what the issue was. Once that happens, we sit down, the driver gets coached. If it's a residential issue, then we need to have a conversation with the city and just kind of talk about that resident and what happened.
Okay. Well, and if you need somebody to help you with your videos, I'm happy to help you out.
He already found me at the TML conference, so don't listen to her, Abel.
And if I could mention, when it comes to video too, the trucks do have video also. So a lot of times, when it does receive a call or something from a customer, they do have video that we can look into it. We can request the video and we can see And, one of the mysterious ones that just always popped up, it's like, why did it get missed? Everything's placed, it looks perfect. And then you look and there's a landscape company there that 6:30 in the morning, they just left for work, put the trash cart out, they pull in, they hit multiple yards and they're blocking the trash. And boom, they pull out and they're gone by 8 o'clock and everybody's like, what happened? So we dig into those as deep as we can, so.
Okay. Mr. Kelly.
Couple of questions mainly on recycling. Unfortunately, contracts like this are for vendors, and for us, it's a no-win service. It's if it's going like it should, nobody notices, and nobody thinks about it. If it's going bad, everybody's furious. It's something that, from a service level standpoint, it's impossible to win at, and I completely recognize that. But from a recyclable standpoint, I'm kind of curious of what the contamination rates are for our city in particular, because in our contract, we don't recycle glass, or we're not supposed to. And I say we're not supposed to because up until about a year ago, I didn't know that, and we were recycling glass. I know we don't separate, we don't recycle, right. We don't recycle glass, so I'm sure that glass creates a lot of contamination. So of the stuff we put in the blue bins, how much of it is actually recyclable when you get it?
So about a month and a half ago, I sent the rates, contamination rates to city staff. I can't speak to those currently, but I would love to do a workshop and really do a deep dive into your recycling and kind of talk about glass, plastics, everything, all inclusive, and kind of go over the recycling, if I may.
Yeah, no, I understand. And again, my concern there is just, again, with the biggest issue with the glass, it gets in there, it breaks, and it's essentially ruining that whole batch, right? So either at some point we've got to figure out if we're going to take care of glass, or we've got to do a better job of educating our citizens that we don't do that. And that's not for you, Abel. That's more for staff, because I hate the fact that I know when I put my stuff out every week, I've got more stuff in my blue bin than my green bin. We're empty nesters, so it's all the boxes, it's all the dang Amazon packages my wife orders. It's all that stuff, but, and we know not to put bottles in there now. But I'm gonna say 90% of our citizens don't know that, and we just had another council member or two say they didn't know that as well. So we really need to focus on that.
I've got the rates.
And
It's bad.
Right.
It's really bad.
So
Yeah. So, going into the recycling bin, where did it go? Non-recyclables or contaminants are the largest item in the bins at nearly just over 34% of the recycling. That's awful. That's actually, it's worse to do recycling than to just throw it away at that rate. We're actually wasting, we're actually doing more environmental and cost damage than it's worth. So we've got a big job to do with. And I think that's going to be something that we have to look at as we go into our next contract, is how the city's changed, how people's behavior is, and how are we going to do recycling to where it doesn't make the planet and our finances worse because we're doing it. And that's hard because people want to recycle, but they're just not doing it right.
Right, and there's an issue there to where I think when it first started, everybody separated everything appropriately, plastic, paper, and glass. And I think the usury rate at that point, when the consumer had to put forth the effort, was probably pretty low. Now that we throw everything into one bin, it's probably significantly higher, but again, why bother if, 30% of the stuff that goes in there is the only stuff getting recycled. So, thank you.
Mr. Manival.
Hi. Amazon has been mentioned a lot, and I've noticed just driving around, I make sure my bins can close, and I notice the ones that are usually popped open or completely open might have an Amazon box sticking out. And I remember a long time ago, there were the 3 R's, and I don't know if this is the 3 R's of keeping stuff out of the landfill, but it was reuse, reduce, and recycle. And it seems like with the boxes, the Amazon boxes, they're not really reusable. They're they're odd shapes, they're really long boxes or flat boxes. So no one's going to reuse those, but if they just drop them in the bin and they're completely unflattened, that's what fills them up.
Yeah,
So I don't know, as far as education, we probably need to educate people on what's acceptable as far as what we can put in, what's part of the stream, but also to just remind people, reduce, flatten the box. It's a little extra work, but you can shut the lid that way.
Absolutely.
That's it.
Yes, sir.
Do you have off the top of your head, I was trying to find it on one of my bills, what the difference is between a blue bin and a green bin in terms of price per month?
Well, it's an all-in-one price currently under our contract, so they're not separated out.
Oh, so somebody could not, I'm just trying to think if
There's no cost reduction if you choose not to have the recycle.
Are you talking about an extra bin?
Yeah.
Right,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, an extra bin, there is, so do you have to get one of each, or could you just get one or the other? Because my thought is, if we have such a problem, if the recycle bins are cheaper, then if somebody's looking and saying, hey, I need another bin to throw my trash away every month, or every week, are they just buying the cheaper one, throwing their trash in there, and that could be boosting our contamination rate?
So we're offering extra recycle cart is $2.38 a month, and extra trash cart is $11.88.
Oh, okay.
But there's not an offer to replace the recycle with a trash cart currently.
But you could get technically an extra recycle.
Or an extra trash, yes, sir.
But if
If
a
you just want to
recycle,
swap it.
one extra bin of recycle would cost me less per month.
$2.38.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
But I think you've nailed it. There's a economic incentive to misbehave if you're right on that
If I
tip.
need one more bin,
Yeah.
I'm not
Right.
saying me personally, I just want to make sure that's clear. Make sure everybody at home can, if I'm looking at it going, man, I need one extra bin because I'm just, the lids aren't closing all the way. I'm looking at it going, I can spend $2.38 per month or 11 something.
Yeah,
I'm going to buy that $2 bin and just throw my regular trash in that bin, and I wonder if that's
Cost-effective
increasing.
option. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And there's people that are doing that right now with their one green and one blue. They're just, and we know of that because we've got cameras on the trucks, so we've got huge contamination rates. So really, we'll renew this contract. There's a big economic incentive to our residents to renew the contract. We like you too, but there's a huge economic incentive, which helps. But then we need some time to really kind of dive into the system design, and I think we'll probably kick that off in about a year, and that'll take about a year to get with you all, do some workshops, do some citizen surveys like we did before on the last contract, and then put together the RFP package, and then get some proposals and weigh those and get a new contract.
Okay.
So, Mayor and Council, I think Michael kind of hinted at it, which is the item here is regarding the extension of the contract. And so I think a further deep dive into recycling and recycling practices probably should be a future work session item.
Thank you for keeping us on the straight and narrow. All right, so do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to authorize city staff to extend this contract for not longer than 3 years.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, please vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Okay, next item, please.
Next will be Agenda Item 6D, which is a discussion regarding the scope and schedule for the 2026 Fate Comprehensive Plan 5-year update.
Michael, what folder is this in? I'm not used to navigating from this point. Oh, okay, thank you. Got it from there, thank you. All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ryan Wells. I'm the Director of Planning Development Services, and tonight I wanted to take a few moments to talk with you about basically the vision for what I'm hoping we can tackle in this upcoming year with regard to the 5-year update to our comprehensive plan. As you all know, back in October of 2021, we adopted the Forward Fate Comprehensive Plan. This comprehensive plan, presented to you in multiple documents, provides an overarching guidance on various elements of city governance, including growth management, development character, and resulting capital planning and facilities planning, among other elements. But those are really the key things that are managed through the comprehensive plan process. As you can see on the right, we have the policy manual, which is really our go-to with regard to being the reference we use in decision-making. But we also have the strategic playbook and focus area plans that focused on various elements and dove a little bit deeper into those as we look at implementing certain tasks and look at designing the future of particular areas in the city. And so now it's been a little over 4 years, and what have we seen? We've seen rapid growth, especially in our commercial sector. A lot of the new development that has come before you has been predominantly commercial in nature. Some really impressive accomplishments in capital implementation. Just at the staff level, I need to commend Public Works in what they've been able to achieve through some of those bond-funded projects on road and water infrastructure, as well as the facilities team on some of the local parks improvements. So we've gotten a lot done on the capital side in these last couple of years. There have also been major development entitlements, both commercial and residential, including, of course, Lafayette Crossing, some commercial-focused projects on the south side of I-30, some later stages of Montera, and other residential projects as well. So a lot has changed since that 2021 plan was adopted. We experienced continued interest in new opportunities. Matt Wavering with Economic Development and I regularly get calls from development proposals, big and small. And so there's still a lot of momentum, just reflecting the renewed energy. And I think an optimism, as you may have heard in the presentation on the National Community Survey, about our community that we want to capture in this upcoming effort. So this proposed update, again, this would be an update. This wouldn't be a wholesale rewrite. That's not our expectation, nor did we account for that in the 2026 budget, which you all approved, which gave us a line item for this effort. But a 5-year update on a comprehensive plan is a best practice. It's a proactive activity. There's a lot of cities that haven't done their comp plan since 2003 or 2008 or even 2015. So we're ahead of the curve, and I want to make sure we stay that way, because if we have the community desires and the council desires reflected in the plans, it helps us as staff do our best job in implementing the vision. So at this point, we do have a draft RFQ, a request for qualifications, prepared. It reflects essentially the description that was provided to you in the budgeting process. But I wanted to make sure that before we release that RFQ, and we'll talk about the schedule in a moment, that you all feel comfortable and feel like you have buy-in with what this effort is going to entail. And so that's what I want to make sure we're verifying tonight. So the idea with this comp plan update is that we would select a consultant that would assist us with outreach, data analysis, mapping, and report preparation. Staff, particularly planning and development services staff, we will conduct additional outreach and guide the process. And of course, as we are known for and that we will continue to do, we do want to maintain a focus on the fiscal productivity and sustainability of our city and the land use decisions that we make. So tonight's discussion is going to focus on 3 things: the scope at a high level, the schedule, and then open up to you to make sure that we're capturing any key interests or directions that the City Council would like to incorporate into the scope. Now, again, I want to make sure you understand we're talking about the elements of the scope tonight. We're not going to talk about what those elements are going to do. We're not going to talk about areas that need improvement or change, just what the things are that we're going to actually talk about in this upcoming update. So scope element number 1, looking at updates to the future land use plan. The future land use plan reflected on the right is the plan that was adopted in 2021 and reflecting any of the changes that were adopted by council since then. Sometimes we'll have a project come in that requires a change to that future land use plan. That's a case-by-case evaluation and decision by council. The comp plan update is the opportunity to look at it more holistically and see if some changes need to take place. Scope element number 2 would be revisit the land use place types for compatibility with community vision. So the future land use plan is broken out into various place types, which ultimately reflect the types of zoning districts that would fall in different areas throughout the city. We want to make sure that these place types reflect the character that we want to see in various geographies throughout the city. As an example, the dynamic neighborhood as reflected on the right, this was one rather creative place type that we adopted in 2021. And we've only been able to achieve about a 40% success rate when we're trying to implement zoning in this district. So clearly, there's an opportunity for us to revisit that place type and make sure it reflects the vision that the city council and the residents may have for something that incorporates a mix of residential and commercial uses, as an example. The next scope element is to review the 7 value statements to reaffirm or, revise as needed. These 7 value statements are the overarching values that are reflected in the direction of the comp plan as well as the action items that we've been implementing since the plan was adopted. So this will be an opportunity for us to just look at those, what they mean to us, and how we expect them to be implemented. The next element would be updating the implementation action plan. So as part of the comp plan in 2021, we had 93 items that were specific tasks assigned to various departments in the city, whether independently or through partnership, to implement the vision of the comprehensive plan. As you can see in the image on the right, this is from our forwardfate.com website, which we keep maintained to share with the community the status of plan implementation. All of those dark blue elements of the rings are tasks that have been completed. So in some cases, we've completed at least 50 to 60% of the tasks assigned to us in the last 4 years of a 15-year plan. So it's important for us to keep this fresh, identify new tasks for us to implement for the future iteration, but also to celebrate the accomplishments and archive those tasks that we've been able to achieve in the last couple of years. And finally, we want to make sure we can provide recommendations for revitalization of the downtown district, including an enhancement of the downtown focus area plan. As you all know, the city's been making significant investments in downtown Fate with the downtown park, drainage improvements, and partnerships with developers. So we want to make sure that the vision for the downtown allows us to capitalize on those city-level investments and set the stage for future improvements that are strategic, that reflect the desires of our community, but also are bold and keep us moving forward to create a downtown district that we want to see. So I'll take a quick pause here. Again, these were the 5 scope elements that I had described. I want to see if these resonate with you, if there's something that you're not comfortable with, or something that you might think is missing from these scope elements. I'd be happy to take any feedback from you at this time, or I can keep going. It's up to you. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, so in 2021, we had a comprehensive plan advisory committee that was made up of 22 members of the community. They included city council members, planning and zoning commission, MDD, business leaders, regular residents who wanted to be a part of that. That was great for getting diverse feedback, but it was also very time consuming and very resource intensive to get all those people to schedule, herd the cats, get people scheduled together to have the discussions. We thought because this is an update to an existing plan, and of course this will still be done in a very transparent fashion, we'd have a little bit more of a streamlined steering committee. And this is just an idea of what that steering committee could be made up of. 2 planning and zoning commissioners, including the chair, 2 city council members, including the mayor, 2 MDD board members, including the chair, and 1 parks board member. All of these meetings, of course, will be done in public. There would also be public feedback opportunities. But again, I wanted to get your ideas on if this is something that resonates, if this is something that you think is an important aspect of keeping the conversations productive, or as we work on the scope and schedule with a selected consultant, we could also revisit this and change the makeup later on.
The mayor and I really liked this one because we talked about it a little bit.
Yeah. Mr. Kovacs and I were discussing this a couple of days ago or a week or so ago, just what it would look like. And the idea was to not I guess, overwhelm, if it's an update, to not overwhelm with too many ways to get distracted from it, to keep it focused so that as we're already ahead of schedule on many of these goals that we're after, we can continue in that forward focused manner. So did Mr. Kelly?
Yeah,
Or did you want to?
Well, just wanted to throw one more note in that we do want to have, we had a really, really robust online process last time, and it was COVID, so it made sense, and so we adapted. So we had and then eventually we had a combination of in-person and online, but we really want to push online and pulse surveys and getting into going out to where people are and getting the public involved. So as far as public involvement, we want to really kind of take it even to the next level, but go proactive and go electronic and really get out there.
And our staff is actually going to be out in the community a lot more, going to where people are rather than expecting them to come here to City Hall, set up a booth in front of Fresh for an afternoon and talk to people, not try to sell them Girl Scout cookies, but try to get their input, and just be where people are more comfortable and relaxed and willing to talk to us rather than coming into the bureaucratic building and feel like they're kind of a visitor here, which is not what we want, but sometimes people feel that way.
Yeah. Mr. Kelly?
Yeah, I just want to kind of echo that because if it's just a refresh, I think what you have as a steering committee is probably appropriate. My concern is, and especially with the last process, a lot of stuff was pushed online because of COVID, and it was just hard for the community to engage. And we understood that at the time, that we were thrown a curveball that we didn't anticipate. I strongly encourage figuring out, the electronic parts are hard because putting it on Zoom, whatever, is hard to get the citizen feedback for that. So in addition to meetings, I would strongly encourage community workshops to be held by the appropriate steering committee members or whatnot, just to make ourselves available to get that engagement, not necessarily only take it in the meetings, but find other places, whether it's, Fresh is hard, the stores are hard, but engage our HOAs and try to use HOA facilities and let the HOAs promote the process, whether it's the community center, whatever, to create opportunities that are easier for our residents to participate. There's I think a perception, maybe misguided a little bit, that the last comp plan was almost put together in a back room, and that clearly was not the case. But when we go through this process, we need to do everything we can do to create opportunity for engagement, and whatever we can do to create the opportunity. People don't have to take the opportunity, but it does need to be out there in a way now that we're not locked into houses. Give folks that opportunity to come out and give their 2 cents and see what we're talking about.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Hatley?
Are we talking about doing a steering committee in lieu of a comp advisory committee?
Yes.
I got a problem.
I'm sorry?
On that one.
Okay.
I don't particularly like that idea because I think when you look at the makeup of the last board, there were developers on there, there were non-residents on there. I mean, it did not make up what fate looked like. I would like to see many more actual fate residents on there as opposed to a developer. We all know who that was. On there, there were several, granted a business owner, but they weren't necessarily residents of fate. When I read that comp plan and I read the citizen comments, that comp plan does not look like what the citizen comments were. They just weren't. We wound up in there with a recommendation of 19,410 additional residential units. And that was from 2000.
That was based on growth projections, yes.
Yeah, and that's scary. That's 60,000 people on there. And it was the term additional residents on there. So I know Rockwall ended up using just regular citizen board, and they ended up working the economics around that. I would much prefer, I don't know what the plan is, but we don't use companies, what I call ESG, environmental social governance organizations like Virginity and Strong Towns, like them to be completely cut out. Their philosophicals, makeups just do not reflect, in my opinion, what the citizens of Fate want. I would want a much more citizen-oriented board. The makeup on this looks like, I'm sorry, Scott didn't believe it's a backroom deal, but when you have a developer on there, yeah. When you have a lot of former council members, somebody who within less than a year was going to be our city attorney. Yeah, I realize it was all done during COVID, but I'd feel much more comfortable if it were a vast majority citizen resident board, rather than the makeup of this. These are all people that are already on boards anyway. They already get a decision in how the city is being run. I'd like an independent group.
Thank you.
From a cost standpoint, what does an update versus a full revamp look like?
Sure. So our the budget for the new comp plan that was done in 2021, I got here about maybe 30 to 40% into the process. It was about $225,000. This update, our budgeted amount is $100,000. Which
Martha's light's on as well.
Oh, I was going to say, Mr. Mayor, whenever you're ready.
Oh, yeah. My apologies, Ms. Huffman.
I actually feel a little differently about that. I kind of liked the makeup of this proposal.
The one presented to you
The one
right now?
presented,
Okay.
because, I mean, it is probably a significant amount of time. I thought, well, maybe I could be one of the council members, but I'm not 100% sure I could even commit to the amount of time for this level, but I'd want the flexibility to attend if I wanted to. Would these be open meetings?
Absolutely, 100%.
That anybody could show up, an opportunity to speak to the group?
They will be publicly noticed.
Okay.
I think we haven't worked out all the details, but generally how these meetings work, sometimes it is a presentation by the project team to the steering committee to get feedback. Other times they're more open for all community feedback. It just kind of depends on where we are at the stage of the project, but every single meeting will be publicly noticed. It'll be in an open public venue. Most likely we'll try to accommodate some online streaming as well. So transparency is going to 100% be the goal here, so that there's no question that people, if they wanted to participate, will have had that opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
And Mayor, if I may, Council Member Huffman, we will have to be careful about not creating quorum situations for any of these boards, right? So not having, so we'll just have to watch out for those. Obviously, one council member attending would not cause that problem, but at some point we might have that issue. So I just wanted to mention that, but we can work around those issues.
Okay, Ms. Chen?
I was not around whenever we did the very first, well, not the very first, but the most recent comp plan. And so I don't know what the makeup was, but if we use the steering committee as you'll have it laid out here, this wouldn't include any developers, correct?
No,
I mean,
ma'am.
and
This
these
would
are
be
all
residents,
residents of the city of Fate.
That's right.
Okay, that's all I wanted.
Mr. Hatley?
Oh, I was just going to state Rockwall did theirs for, when I did an open records request while I was running, they did theirs for $0.
Yes, it took them 3 years and overtaxed their staff. I can tell you that
No,
firsthand.
they said they did it, they had internal resources, they had memberships to services that they already had, that they were able to get their numbers, but those were the numbers I did. I guess I'm just very, very concerned. There's just absolutely no regular non-board member citizens on here.
Fair, yeah.
It's, the philosophy is a lean team that has our essentially the people who've got great knowledge and who will be motivated to participate, and then we really want to go out to the whole community. We want to try and avoid a situation where we're just loading the committee with citizens on various sides, and we end up with a 30 or 40 member,
But we're loading them with people that are already on all the boards, so it's.
So, Mr. Hatley, I was involved in some of the makeup on this too, and one of my thoughts was these are all citizens of Fate that are involved and committed to seeing what the next chapter in Fate looks like. So deliberately, and not deliberately in terms of this being the final thing that would have to be, but the deliberate nature of this was to ensure that the multiple ways of thinking and the multiple variances of opinion on each of these boards and commissions would reflect the will of the people.
But these are people that we have selected already. This would not allow any other citizen who wanted to get involved the opportunity to sit on this committee.
What would your recommendation be?
I think we should add several seats for people who are not sitting on boards, have the opportunity to.
Kind of like at-large seats,
Yes.
you mean?
Yes.
So since each commission has a couple, would 2 at-large positions be agreeable to you?
Is this something we can ponder and
Okay, good question, and I appreciate you asking that. So the RFQ issuance on November 24th, when do you need to know the actual makeup of this committee?
That's something that can be dealt with the
Okay.
scope and negotiation with the selected consultant. So I certainly don't need that answer tonight. It's been a great discussion. I really do appreciate the candid feedback.
So I do want to make sure, though, that we're clear. Are you wanting to, just before we're continuing with this, you're not saying you want to change any of the current steering committee as much as it would be just add a certain number of
No,
citizens?
I'd actually like to take some of the board members off and add them with citizens that haven't been predetermined already on other boards. Because this, right now, if you're not a sitting board member, you don't have a chance of getting on here, getting on the board. Similar to the way it was last time. So I just, I mean, essentially, if you're on a board right now, you get an opportunity to get on here. If you're a citizen not sitting on a board, not a chance in the world. So I'd like to add a lot more citizens to this board. So what, I'm guessing what's the number? Okay, 2 P and Z commissioners and 1 chair. So that's 3, 6, 9.
No, it's the 2 P and Z commissioners, the chair plus 1.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
this is a 7-member.
It's a 7-member committee.
Committee right now.
I'd like to take out some of those and add them with citizens. 3.
Okay, then let's do this for our next meeting. If you want to have a proposal, rather than just kind of speculating while we're talking about it, come back with a new idea, please, if you will.
Will do.
Okay.
Mr. Harper.
Yeah, my question was, this is the steering committee, but I think Ryan just said we were going to interact with all the citizens who wanted to interact. We're going to be able to do so at either
Yeah.
these meetings or in person at some kiosk somewhere. So it's not like we're excluding the public from this. It's
Yeah,
just-
and the steering committee is just kind of a sounding board,
Right.
you know? Are we moving in the right direction? And we're going to get that same feedback from members of the public. And I do want to make sure it's very clear to you that the Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council being those kind of decision-making bodies related to the comprehensive plan, you're going to see this all throughout that whole process. We'll be giving updates. So even if there's a limited direct involvement with the steering committee, the whole council is still going to have an opportunity to get check-ins, give us feedback, and so it's going to be a multi-stage process here. But yeah, it's absolutely not our intention to make anybody feel excluded with this whole process.
Sure. Okay. Any other thoughts? Sorry, I did not see your green light on the microphone, and I don't see it here, so. No, I know. Okay.
No,
Did you have something else to say?
Yeah, I was going to add one last point. The citizen comments on the 2001 comprehensive plan the plan looked nothing like what they wanted. So input is one thing, actually sitting on there and maybe having votes on how it goes forward and move to the council, probably a little bit more input. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Huffman?
So would I be clear that we would be familiar with the resident input and have an opportunity to factor that in as we decide things?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, generally what we would pursue is aggregating the feedback we receive from the various means, summarizing it and sharing that with you before we fine-tune the details of how the plan would be updated.
Thank you.
Okay, any other thoughts? Ms. Chen?
Are all the meetings going to be held here?
No. Well, the meetings, we'll have to see. We haven't worked out all those details, to be honest. There may be one at the community center. We might do one at the hub. There's a lot of different venues. if they will have to be publicly noticed, and they will
Right.
have to go through that proper noticing
Yeah.
process. So I can't really tell you one way or the other if they're all going to be
Sure.
here. Our outreach is certainly not going to be limited to this building, though.
Right. The reason I was asking is because when I did the Charter Commission, there was only a certain number of seats that had microphones, so it became a little bit of an issue adding a whole bunch of extra people. So I see that we've got 7 right here. If we added 2 more, residents that are not currently serving on boards, that's 9. So I was just,
Yeah,
trying to
that's a good
figure
point.
out,
Visualize it.
yeah, how many people, and if we're doing them here, we need to keep in mind that there's only so many seats
Yep.
with microphones, so the logistics of it.
Well,
Go ahead, Mr. Kelly.
So I would just add on that, I think as far as adding citizens, I think adding a couple is extremely fair. But also to the scope of what was done last time, when you have much more than about 9 people, it gets hard to not necessarily create consensus, but to, go ahead and turn on your mic, you've got to have the last word. But
Okay.
sorry, I apologize for that. But to get everybody's input.
Yep.
Because having a much larger group and getting input is difficult because some people just aren't as inclined to jump out. The other issue is with this being a shorter process than we went through before, having people intimately involved with processes and policies and what we're doing on a day-to-day basis and being familiar with the plan is important to be able to adapt it based on community feedback to something that is truly reflective. So I think the makeup is solid with the addition of a couple of appropriate citizens that would be able to provide input.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Hadley?
I agree with them on that. I'm fine, I'm actually fine with the number. I'd just like to add some citizens.
Okay. All right, any other thoughts?
Okay, just one more of my slides, and that's just the project schedule. As you mentioned, based on the feedback, I feel pretty comfortable from tonight's feedback that we can get the RFQ out next week. It's 95% there, just a little bit of cleanup based on tonight's discussion and some additional just factors. We're going to give consultants about a month to respond. We do have Thanksgiving holiday coming in right after I release the RFQ. I've already received a little bit of a chiding from some of my contacts in the consulting world because of that, but you can't control everything. So December 22nd is when we're going to have our response deadline. Get through the holidays. It just always makes it difficult when we have all the holidays stacked on each other, but that's fine with me. January 12th, 16th is when we would evaluate. We'd have an internal group of staff look at the consultants and do the selection and perhaps schedule some interviews, negotiate the scope and contract 2 weeks later. City Council will be able to evaluate the contract and will ultimately make the decision on approving that contract at the February 16th council meeting, tentatively. That will give us a couple of weeks to set up and ramp up for March 2nd project initiation. And then I expect it to take just about a year or so for us to go through this process. February 1, 2027, planning out that far ahead, there may be hiccups, there may be delays, there may be some efficiencies that get us done sooner than that. But I do expect that it'll be in the FY27 fiscal year that we actually get this done. It's unrealistic to expect that we'd be able to complete it by September 30th, 2026. So that's the tentative schedule. So before I wrap up and say thank you, any additional elements or interest, anything that hasn't come up, was very robust discussion. Again, I thank you. Anything that on a scope or schedule level, we'd want to make sure that we're talking about not what that has to be tonight, not what the decisions need to be, but the elements of what we're talking about. Are we feeling comfortable with the scope? Again, given consideration that this day and age, $100,000 is not a huge budget for this kind of effort. So we do need to keep it streamlined and efficient and focus on the things that are most important to us.
Mr. Kelly?
One of the things I'd ask you to think about is we've got some broadness in a lot of the zones, and I'm just going to use one in particular, the southeast corner of Crawford and 30, the Hunt property, to where they've brought proposals that technically meet the general concepts of our comprehensive plan, but tend to have been not in line with kind of the stuff I think the council's looking for and the city's looking for in general. And I don't know what the answer is, but as we're going through this, to be able to dial in the plan in a way that allows council, P&Z, whoever's serving to review this stuff, to let me rephrase that, to allow you, instead of just pointing to the comp plan, to have a way to talk to people interested in investing in our city, really what the thoughts and ideas of what the council is and what P&Z is, as opposed to just based on the plan. Because we've heard this from developers. I'm looking at your plan, it says this, I'm bringing it to you. Well, really what we're looking for potentially is more of a commercial aspect to it as opposed to a residential, or ensuring that the commercial comes first.
Sure.
I don't know how you do that, but I think this is an important opportunity to be able to dial that in so that what we've got out there and what you've got the leeway to do is really more reflective of what the community wants.
Yep.
Because, for example, and I'm just going to use multifamily as an example, there's plenty of opportunity per the comp plan to look at multifamily. But as I look at what is entitled currently, I am hesitant to consider any more multifamily because we've got a large number of entitled units that we don't have a proof of concept. So, or proof of viability. And maybe somebody wants to come in and try and build 600 units before our existing entitled other 1,100 units are built. And I don't want to see us get into a scenario to where we are building a bunch of units of anything that can't be filled or aren't appropriate.
And
So
this is exactly the type of conversations we'll be able to have in depth through that process. So I appreciate you bringing that up. And as we get into the implementation stage of it, I think that's already included in the scope that I've described, but I'll certainly have that in my mind as we work with the consultant and the community.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Huffman.
Well, I don't know if this is another element you're looking for, but can we add something like attracting a major sports team? Just food for thought.
Again, land uses and place types are the things that can help accommodate that. So, and then looking at our goals and actions related to economic development, absolutely we can include that in the conversation. There are tools already in the existing comp plan that with the update, we'll be able to focus on some of those things.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
I really do appreciate your feedback, and I will make sure to keep you updated when we're getting close to selecting a consultant and offering you an opportunity to look at the contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next item, please.
Next will be Agenda Item 6E, which is discussion regarding the City Council meeting schedule for calendar year 2026. So as you know, we discussed at the first meeting in November, the proposed calendar. We had a problem with February because of early voting for the March primary election. So I've now changed the proposed dates for the month of February. If that looks suitable for the council, then we could probably solidify and finalize the calendar.
Okay, thoughts from council? So from a standpoint of different days, there really only are two, one on Thursday, February 12th, and that would be at the same 6 o'clock p.m.
Yes,
And then there would be the only other one that changes, it does remain on a Monday, but it just moves the meeting to 1 o'clock p.m.
Correct.
And I want to ask, because I know it was mentioned last time, and I do welcome everybody on the council to share that thought with me. If everybody thinks, well, I'm just going to be the only one that doesn't show up because I have work, we aren't going to have a quorum, and that's not going to be good. So does the 1 o'clock meeting, 1 p.m. meeting on Monday, April 13th, is that a significant change for any of you to the point where that does not work? Mr. Kelly?
I would just say I don't know what my calendar looks like in 2 weeks. I don't know what it's going to look like in April. What if we maintained the official action for that event for our meeting that night, but we had I don't want to say a mock meeting, but the type of meeting that doesn't necessarily require an action and doesn't necessarily require a quorum, but we had kind of a pre-meeting to the meeting and the city attorney's cringing, so
Yeah. So for any kind of work session, y'all still would require a quorum?
Okay.
Any kind of discussion among council about city business?
And I'm just thinking more of not necessarily a workshop, but just something to where your students can see how council works, but not necessarily committing to action because of what various people's office hours may be. And I'll do everything I can do to be here, but I know what everybody's calendar's like, and, I would imagine, Councilman Manival will have a pretty easy time getting to it since he's retired, but various people work in different places.
Sure,
It's
absolutely.
just- I want to accommodate that request, but I really am fearful of us getting to the first Monday in April and all of a sudden we've got 3 people out of town for various reasons, various business meetings. We post, and I'll just use ribbon cuttings as an example. I think everybody makes every ribbon cutting they can, but, getting 2 or 3 people there can be a challenge.
Sure.
So,
Well,
Absolutely.
Scott,
Mr. Mendenhall?
will you give me a wake-up call for that 1 o'clock meeting? Thank you.
Any others? Vicky, if we approved this calendar now, or even if we moved it to 6 PM, just to keep everything the same, if there was a point where we could come back at this and say, however long in advance, and say, hey, it's the middle of the semester, would this work? And people weren't having to look and say, okay, what am I going to be doing 6 months from now or 5 months from now? And instead they were saying, next month, could I make it work? Is that hard to change a meeting time then? Is it frowned upon?
It's not hard. This schedule's not set in stone. We can add meetings, we can change meetings, we can do whatever we need to do. We would just secure a quorum for whatever changes we were going to make. That's not hard to do.
Okay.
And we would notify, with our new posting requirements even, for agendas, the public is well notified of changes in advance, or not changes, but meetings in advance. So if we did change something, it would be okay.
Okay, Mr. Harper?
Yeah, I mean, to me, I think you leave it on there, and as we get closer, and for me especially, as we get closer to that meeting, I'm going to know in March if it's going to work, right? I'll know definitely on the 6th of April if I'm going to be able to make that meeting, which will be in time to change it. If for some reason if 3 or 4 of us could not make that meeting, we could still change it.
Of course.
If I may, because of the number of elections that we will have next year, we will send out like monthly, months in advance, or here's an at glance of next month's meetings. And that way it's kind of brought to everybody's attention. Oh yeah, we normally meet on the 1st and 3rd Monday, but because of the number of elections, that way it's fresh in your mind just a week before the new month starts, so that you can see next month at a glance, this is what it looks like. At that point, I can ask if anybody has a problem with the 1 PM meeting.
Okay. Does that work for everybody? Mr. Kelly? It's for the children. Does that work for you? Okay, thank you.
Just for the record, you're really cutting in our $50 with these 3 meetings a month.
Hey, I'm not scheduling the 3.
Sounds like you're just trying to show off and get some street cred with your students.
Hey, whatever you have to do, right? Trying to boost our governance profile on that survey that we saw, get us into some of the exceeds expectations. Okay. Next item, please.
Next is item number 7, which is mayor, council, and city manager reports.
Okay. Ms. Chen, do you want to start us off?
Sure. Thank you to everybody who applied to be on P&Z. Please keep applying if you didn't get it this time. Sometimes it takes a couple of times before you get on there. You can ask Mr. Manival. He applied a bunch before he got on, and now he is serving on council. So, also today is my daughter's 10th birthday, and so I just wanted to announce happy birthday to her because she's going to make sure I pull it up on YouTube later. So happy birthday, Aria.
Mr. Harper?
Yes, I echo the appreciation for all those who applied for P&Z. Anytime there's an opening, we do get lots of applicants, which is great, and I appreciate all the applicants. I myself applied multiple times for boards as well, so it's, as long as you're willing to serve the city, there's going to be eventually be something out there for you to do. And also want to wish Ari a happy birthday, since I just found out there's a birthday. And just want to, thanks everyone for the continued support of the council, again, with your recognition from a board perspective. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly.
I want to echo thanks to Tammy, to James, to Mary, to Brian, to David, to Willie, and to Aben for applying. Rick, I don't know how many boards you've applied for in your past. I know that I had to apply 3 times before I was appointed to P&Z, and it's because we've got so few seats and we've got some fantastic citizens that apply and want to be involved. So it is really just, it's a tough numbers game at time, but please keep applying. We'll have another opportunity in early summer. With that also, I'm driving around the neighborhoods, I'm seeing Christmas trees, I'm seeing Christmas lights, and I want to not talk about Christmas. I want to talk about what is quickly becoming one of my favorite holidays, Thanksgiving. And we've got Thanksgiving next week. It is becoming my favorite holiday because Christmas has become about the chaos, and it's become about who can get out and shop the earliest on the day after Thanksgiving to get the most stuff. It's about a lot of stuff that Christmas isn't supposed to be, and Thanksgiving for me is still about my community and my family and getting to spend quality time with everybody. It's about watching a really bad football team lose a football game at 3:30 in the afternoon. But it's a little bit slower pace, and as I get older, I get a more and more appreciation for Thanksgiving. So I want to wish everybody a happy and blessed Thanksgiving, and I hope you get to spend it with the people you love.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Manival.
First, I wanted to thank Cody. I think you projected some tenacity that wasn't mine. I never did go for a board. So, but thank you. That's all right. That's all right. I'm glad you thought I might have done that. So maybe someday. So anyway, I do thank all the people that expressed interest, and I hope that some of these candidates, I saw the applications and the interviews, they were excellent. And I'd like to see some of these people back. I guess it's in next July when there'll be openings again. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manival. Mr. Hatley.
I'd like to thank all the small businesses in Fate. It's hopefully we can make them wealthier. I love going downtown. I love all the businesses in Fate, especially the small ones, the independent ones. But I love them all. I'd like to congratulate Raju's team for their award. I'd like to thank, as always, the DPS. I think they do an incredible job across the board. I'd like to thank all the staff for everything that they do, and I'd like also to thank the candidates who applied for the P&Z. It's good to see fresh faces to do that. And just keep trying. Definitely keep going, and wishing everybody an early and pleasant, happy Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Huffman.
Once again, thank you to everybody who applied for the P&Z. Just keep trying. We appreciate your involvement and willingness to be a part of Fate. And I loved hearing the survey, looking at and hearing the survey results and the involvement people have with the website. Please continue to review the website and give us feedback about that. Had a chance to attend the Helping Hands Gala, the Festival of Trees, with a few council members, and it was a reminder of what a great organization that is. So I think they raised a bunch of money. I don't know what the totals are, but there were some things going for some pretty high prices at the auction, and it's all for a great cause. Also looking forward to the whole comp plan taking place, and wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving, something quiet and meaningful with family. And that's my update.
Okay, Mr. Manival, you can give your part two.
I left something out. I just wanted to say something about the survey. Just congratulate the DPS on their results, which were just extremely high. And I guess, you know, I'm relatively new to the governance part, and so I hope I didn't drag us down. But anyway, it'd be great if, I'd love to see what we could do in governance and come up and be as close to public safety as their numbers were. That's it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Manival. So yeah, I think that what's really kind of interesting is, given that we're doing our Small Business Saturday Proclamation today, and just knowing what downtown looks like as that's growing, that's awesome. I will say I walk down there quite often with my wife and 3 girls, and one thing we've never had to worry about is the safety element. So well done, Chief Lombard, for the exemplary performance on that survey. Keeping the community safe is probably the number one thing that people are looking for, and if it's not going well, that reflects poorly on us. So thank you to give us that freedom, as Mr. Manival said, to focus on the other governance elements that we can work to improve in the coming year. Thank you. Mr. Kovacs.
Yes, sir. Just to note, the Thanksgiving schedule will close a little bit early at City Hall on the 26th, this Wednesday, but then we're also closed 27th and 28th. Of course, DPS is 24/7, and Public Works will have their modified schedule, so just a reminder on the holidays coming up. And then, of course, our next regular meeting, we're back on regular schedule December 1st.
Okay, next agenda item, please.
Next is Agenda Item 8, which is executive session. In accordance with Texas Government Code, Section 551.001, the City Council, and Section 3.093 of the Charter of the City of Fayette, the City Council will recess into executive session closed meeting to discuss the following. A, in accordance with Texas Government Code, Section 551.074, to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, and in accordance with Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney. 1, Director of Department of Public Safety.
And council, without objection, I'd like to invite Chief Lombard to our executive session for our discussion on the agenda item. Seeing as there's none, we will convene into executive session. Thank you. You don't want to go? All right, next item, please. Or actually, we're reconvening back into regular session at 10:38 PM. Ms. Vicky, what's our next item?
Will any action be taken on items discussed in executive session? No?
No,
Okay,
ma'am.
then we'll move to agenda item 10, which is adjournment.
All right,
I
I
make a
move.
motion, we adjourn.
All right, do I have a second? Please vote. Why is it? Oh. You can vote. All right, the motion passes 7-0. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.